All right. We are back live. You can see a lot of the thunderstorm has moved into northwestern San Antonio between Bandera, Medina Lake. Bernie, it's still raining pretty hard. If you're in Kerrville, it's now moving out of your area. But in the meantime, this devastating line of strong to severe storms is producing a lot of lightning. In addition to that, if you look closely, if I take lightning off, because this particular radar has the warnings and watches on them. If I take lightning off, and you can look, and we'll look at the hail tracker in just a second, but probably the strongest part of the storm is right over I-10, Cross Mountain, Fair Oaks Ranch, between there and Helotes. You can see right there let's see, there we go. So there's velocity, there's sweeping radar. Let's see, making sure. One second. All right, we're back. Good evening, and we're tracking this long line of storms. Notice in northern San Antonio, it's really coming down. A lot of lightning and a lot of thunder. Moving into Helotes, outside of 1604, right? Hollywood Park, Stone Oak area, and Timberwood Park is where the rain is really coming down. As a matter of fact, just a ton of lightning. It's an electrical storm. Moving into Bernie as well. Bernie's on the backside of the line, so it may be pretty gusty at this point in time. However, between there, Canyon Lake, Timberwood Park, and I-35 in New Braunfels, that's where it's really coming down at this point in time. So let's zoom out and show you where these storms are the most severe. Now, when I say severe, we're talking straight line winds. 40 to 50 to 60 miles an hour. In addition to that, hail, and you'll see that hail is the most widespread right on the northwestern side of San Antonio. So I'm going to loop this and show you what we have. This is northern San Antonio at 6:20 p.m. That's right now. And you'll see Scenic Oaks, maybe some pea-sized hail outside of Fair Oaks Ranch as well, but it's right over Cross Mountain. It's pretty bad. And we have some video. We have Galm Road. That's video on Galm Road. Wow, that is interesting. You can see kind of the flow of cloud cover, right? If you look at that video, Galm Road, you mentioned, Greg? Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how dynamic the atmosphere right now, how unsettled and active it is. I mean, typically you get cloud decks that are very flat and not too engulfed in motion, but notice kind of the wavy pattern with this particular cloud deck. This is on Galm Road, correct? Perfect, yeah. And this is Bernie, and notice the sky is starting to clear a little bit. There's still some lingering rain out in Bernie. One of our photographers setting up right over there. But yeah, we have some lingering showers out in Bernie. A lot of the bulk of rain and storm activity just passed through Bernie, but again, some lingering showers are still likely in that area in our viewing region. This is outside of our Kens 5 studios. Take a look. You notice the cloud cover. It hasn't come down here yet. However, we just took a different shot from earlier in the newscast. We looked, I think it was west, and we saw a very dark and ominous cloud. But notice this is outside of our Kens 5 parking area, and that's showing some pretty good conditions as well. And also, this is Paul, correct? This is Paul's, I believe he's driving somewhere on 281. He's been tracking storms for the last 2 hours between northern San Antonio towards Bulverde, towards Johnson City. He's been all over Blanco County. And as a result, I mean, that's what he's seeing. I mean, Blanco's been getting hit pretty hard with some good heavy rain in the last half hour. But in the meantime, that is a live look at our photographer and one of our meteorologists actually traveling down Blanco right now. Perfect. Okay, so we're back to the hail tracker, and here's the large hail core. Now, all of it is in northwestern San Antonio, but notice between Helotes, that's pea-sized hail, up into I-10 near Cross Mountain where is the hail core is a little larger, right? You can kind of see that, depict that blue color where the darker blues represent quarter to maybe ping pong size hail along I-10 and farther north into Fair Oaks Ranch. So that's representing kind of where exactly, not just the rain's at, but also where the hail core is. If it's not sleet, if it's not graupel, it's likely just hail, and especially in this area where it's gray, that's representing just a very small hail, not necessarily severe weather threat hail. However, crossing right over I-10, we just got the latest frame right near Beckman. This is basically between the 1604 and I-10 crossover up into the Dominion and near the rim. So heads up if you have any friends or family at the rim, that's where the hail core is now moving over at this point in time. Hail tracker is picking out and depicting up to quarter to maybe ping pong size hail. But yeah, you know, and aside from that, there's only a couple of other hail cores that are being tracked right now, and some of them are down I-35. One out near Austin that did track through Austin around the 5 o'clock hour, but the one that's closest to us right now in northwestern San Antonio, that's at the rim between there and the Dominion area. And then farther south, we do have a few very smaller, a lot smaller hail cores out near Cotulla, Crystal City, and in very rural parts of the Rio Grande at this hour. Are these storms producing any strong straight line winds? Let's see. This is something to watch near Hollywood Park. Let's loop this one time right there. Notice that this storm has some weak rotation. It's not very compact or strong. However, we can see some of the red going away towards the radar, and then the green is going closer to the radar. And it's representing some sort of weak rotation. It's not, you know, too widespread at this point, but you can see kind of the motion of this particular cell. And this is showing us some of the rain that's out there this evening. Oh, there you go. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see. There you go. All right, so here's another look at radar. Stretching from Laredo, northern Webb County, there's a couple of, you know, strong to severe storms that are generating a lot of lightning. I would say probably with these, you know, while these are stacked with a severe warning until 7 o'clock, that's Webb County. That's probably some at least small hail, because remember we saw a hail tracker. We saw a little bit of small hail out near I-35. Same thing near Pearsall, Dilley in Frio County. That's until 6:30 p.m. this particular warning, but more importantly, the storm is now moving through I-35, northern San Antonio, and central portions of Bexar County as well. Let's rewind this back and show you kind of a different look. So I'm taking off lightning, and you know this has a different look to it. You can't see the hail core, but this is reflectivity, and where it's pink, that's representing very tall updrafts. That's stretching from Helotes of a smaller updraft, maybe P to maybe nickel-size hail. But the spot that's, you know, more quarter-size hail is out near I-10, the rim between there, Chavano Park. Closer to Stone Oak, anywhere from 1604 and Chavano Park all the way to Stone Oak and maybe 281, because remember, this storm has that easterly movement to it, so you can kind of see where it's going. Right there, we'll do it an unlimited loop right there, and we'll keep it on that for just a little longer. Oh, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, you want to put it up, and we can do that. We have traffic, we have radar, and we have me. Yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, Timberwood Park, I-35, Canyon Lake, and you know, with these red colors, those are representing, you know, heavier rainfall rates. We've been looking at rainfall rates near, you know, 2 to 4 inches per hour, but keep in mind, flooding is not a threat just because of how fast the storm is actually moving. So these may be torrential, heavy downpours, but only lasting 15 to 30 minutes at most, and then maybe an hour for some locations, and then afterward it's moving out of San Antonio. So in the meantime, northern San Antonio, you can kind of see it split. If you're in downtown San Antonio for an IOSA, get out of there now, because the warning is in effect until, I believe, 7 o'clock for central and southeastern San Antonio, and that does strictly cross through the Alamo Dome. As a matter of fact, let's actually take a look. You can actually see right here, that yellow polygon, that yellow box, right? That's showing you where the storm is moving. It's drifting farther southeast towards St. Hedwig. And while downtown San Antonio, just probably dark and cloud cover, probably a little breezy. As I zoom in, you'll notice between the Alamo Dome, the AT&T Center, 281, and likely near the airport is where the light rain's at, but notice the farther north you go into Balcones Heights, Castle Hills, it gets more moderate, and then you really run into the lightning in Chavano Park, Hollywood Park, Oakland Estates, near Beckman and Gray Forest, Helotes. That's where it's really abundant when it comes to lightning. So that's really the bulk of the storm and the center of the storm as it drifts farther south. So that's where it's at. It's impacting over 1 million residents in the Bexar and Guadalupe County area. It's 6:27 if you're just joining us. But again, this particular warning and this one large thunderstorm will start to drift east and southeast towards Elmendorf, St. Hedwig, through about 6:45 and 7:15. Meaning, if you're watching from Somerset, for example, Castroville, I would suspect Castroville gets hit by at least the edge of this particular storm. But notice how it's kind of moving away from Highway 90, right? As I put this into motion, these are the last 45 minutes.
Oh, man.
And north of Highway 90, you're not getting a lot, right? So from Castroville to Von Ormley, we'll watch it very closely, but it looks like you'll see the least of it, at least maybe a light shower at the very minimum, but otherwise the bulk of the storm is heading through northern Bexar County, northern San Antonio until 7 o'clock, and this will stretch all the way into China Grove, Elmendorf, St. Hedwig, and even Schertz, portions of Guadalupe County through 7 and 7 p.m. later on tonight. You know, we've been looking at velocity. We saw a very weak couplet earlier in Bandera County. There was no tornado warnings, and we're going to watch this very closely. But between Hollywood Park and 281 and 1604 is some very broad and very weak rotation. It's not tight, and that's good, but this is representing wind gusts near, let's pick it out. So this is between 1604 and 281. Nothing all that impressive. Wind speeds 20 to 30 miles an hour. So this is not all that strong. But I imagine the weather service is probably watching very, very closely, because anytime you get red and green kind of picking out together, that's going to, show at least the threat and the chance for at least some spinning in the atmosphere, not necessarily rotation. But when you get the red colors going away from the radar and the green coming towards the radar, when they're next to each other, that shows at least some weak spin in the atmosphere. And when it gets more bright in color, when the color gets more of a lighter green and a lighter red, and they're a lot closer together, that's going to represent more of a rotation and spin factor in the atmosphere, which could lead to an isolated spin up or an isolated tornado. There's nothing out there right now. There's only a severe storm warning prepping us for the possibility at large hail, mainly in northern San Antonio. Yeah, so no tornado warnings in effect, nothing of that matter. So to put your mind at ease, let me get my phone out. I need to make sure I cannot see where my phone's at. All right, no worries. I don't know where my phone's at. Yeah, we'll get it later. Okay, so yeah, back to radar. So we have a severe watch in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. And within this watch are, of course, those yellow polygons. And those are representing more specific warnings in the area. So northern San Antonio, towards Webb County, southern Maverick County. We'll get it later. We'll get it later. Towards Bryan and College Station, you can kind of see more widespread activity north of I-10 and towards Bryan and Gonzales, right? So this watch is in effect until tonight. There were tornado watches up north in the Austin and north of that to Waco and Dallas. That was earlier this evening, but in terms of watching, it's not in our area, it's just a severe storm watch, meaning we're watching out for the potential at severe storms tonight. And back to this, before we get back to radar, notice we're in a level 3 out of 5, meaning we have a pretty good chance at seeing, of course, lightning, strong straight line winds, 40 to 60 miles an hour, and a lot of rain out there. So we'll show you the extensive line. I mean, it's moving from Bryan, College Station, to northern San Antonio, all the way down I-35. Notice how much rain is in northern San Antonio. I mean, it's just abundant, right? So much lightning. So, again, we talk about this a lot. So feel free to share your photos, your videos. Ken's 5 app, kens5.com, Ken's 5 Facebook, Twitter. Feel free to share your photos and videos because, that helps us a lot. When we're tracking storms like this, obviously we can see everything on radar, on satellite, but when you send in your photos and videos, your content, that gives us a better idea of how severe and how heavy the rain and storms are in your particular area. Like, 151 near the SeaWorld area, Helotes, downtown SA, Timberwood Park. If you can send in your photos and videos, that'd be great. It helps us a lot with tracking the weather and tracking storms. Man, it's coming down hard. I mean, we're in the Kents 5 studio right now, and I can hear it on the roof. It's incredible. Yeah, so we're near the 410 area, 410 and I-10. That's kind of where we're located, and we're kind of on that leading edge. So it just started raining, and we're likely going to hear some thunder in the next 30 minutes to an hour. 30 minutes to about a minute, I should say. Zooming out, I mean, this is encompassing all of Bexar County. Is it severe? Right now, it looks like just some pretty good rain. Now, with that being said, there is a hail core. That good news, it is collapsing. It was upwards of tennis to golf ball size hail from earlier around the 5:30, 6 o'clock hour in eastern Bandera. But notice it is collapsing. That's great news. However, if you're watching from anywhere along 281, between the airport to Timberwood Park to maybe Bulverde, if you haven't already, bring in your car, cover anything you have, bring it in the garage, just because of this very small hail core. While it is collapsing and it's weakening, it is about to cross 281, the 281 corridor, and that may pose some problems for cars, property, roofs, anything out in the front yard, backyard. So there's that hail core right there, but it is coming down pretty bad in San Antonio right now. So I've actually taken off lightning, and it shows you kind of where the heavier pockets of rain are. So I'm going to zoom in on the more heavier pockets. So this is between what, Judson Road, Bulverde Road, right? This is between Bulverde Road, 281, Kentwood Manor. There's a Toyota dealership right there near Hollywood Park and off the 281 highway. So that's the heaviest pocket of rain right now. So if you're watching from, you know, I think there's a Lifetime Fitness right here. So if you're watching from anywhere in this area, right, and there's some shopping areas, there's like a Home Depot, and there's like more restaurants farther north. But anyway, between, I would say, south of Timberwood Park towards 281, that's where you're getting the heaviest pocket of rain at this hour. It's heavy everywhere. It's heavy in Live Oak. In Church, it's moderate to heavy. Towards Chavano Park, it's still heavy. And keep in mind, we don't have lightning tracker on, but there's a lot of lightning. That's kind of where the leading edge is. So we're seeing more of a moderate heavy rain right now. I mean, what's coming our way? I mean, hopefully the state's passing road, it's even heavy. And, you know, seeing high resolution data, you guys can see detail on the street, highways, and I can see where the rainfall rates are exactly, especially in the south, I would say the bulk of storm activity is now moving out of Burlington, moving out of Murray, and moving towards San Antonio. I was down. Wow. And again, we've been tracking this all afternoon, guys. And using radar, exactly. Really, this is a lot. Bandera, now as we cross over the Bexar County line, it's weakened. And you know, these storms will do that. They'll halt. They'll weaken, they'll ramp back up, rain out, and weaken, and they'll ramp back up. That's pretty much going to be the story in the next couple hours as they get towards Edwards, things like that, Southeastern County, towards 50, towards the coast. Anytime that is the world factor. Right now, if you're using more than neutral-sized hail in this particular area, feel free to send that in. Twitter, apps.com. Yes, this average is right now, we're tracking mostly just heavy rain, cloudy clouds, clouds surrounding lightning, and also some very small hail. With that being said, the first day that we can apply, we're expecting some of the latest, very small drop in the street. Large scale is not happening. Really, the upper of the solar side scale on the west side. It is weakening on approach towards the north side of San Antonio. That's between Medina Lake, 281 Stone Oak. That's where the hail core is now weakening, but it is still there. Some pea-sized hail is still possible at this hour. But notice, I mean, this is a large thunderstorm encompassing half the county. The Weather Service hasn't extended it yet, but I would imagine they'll probably extend this particular warning past St. Hedwig, past 7 o'clock towards Atascosa County, southern Guadalupe County. Maybe between Seguin, Floresville, Nixon. Heads up, probably around the 8 o'clock hour, you're going to get hit with some pretty good rain. But right now, it's in northern San Antonio. And again, right below me, that's outside of our KENS 5 studio. The clouds are dark, they're gray, and the rain is just about to really move into our studios. We're right on Fredericksburg Road, 410 and I-10, and that's kind of where the leading edge is now. And you can actually see real time. Let me show you a different look. Right, so this is actually kind of showing you less lightning and more of the outline of the heavy rain out there this evening. That's between Leon Valley, Almost Park, UIW, Broadway, Hildebrand. But now it's moving directly into downtown San Antonio, right? So the line of green representing more of the light rain, but where Niosa's at, right, that's La Vita, that's downtown. It may be dry now, but more rain, the rain's on the way, and I imagine a lot of folks are bracing and hunkering down before it gets really bad. All right, so let's zoom in on different communities, right? So this is downtown, that's the Alamo Dome. If you're driving on the south side of San Antonio, for example, there may be a couple of light sprinkles on the south side between Buena Vista, Bergs Mill, Palo Alto, Somerset, Von Ormy. But notice it's just quiet in that particular region. But notice this storm is really encompassing. It's drifting farther southeast, so it's going to head pass through downtown, but towards China Grove and St. Hedwig through about 7 o'clock. As a matter of fact, let me show you. Let's actually, because like earlier we showed you the height of this thunderstorm. And yeah, so this is good news. So this is just heavy rain. And keep in mind, northern San Antonio is an exceptional drought. This is where we need it the most. We could use it more in the hill country. We could use it in the aquifer zone, right? But this is perfect. Northern San Antonio, downtown's about to get hit pretty bad with some good heavy rain, but northern San Antonio, you know, storm heights are reaching 40 to 50,000 feet, probably about 42,000 feet. And I say that's good because while the hail core was upwards of 60,000 feet earlier, it's starting to weaken a little bit, but still being said, it's still some pretty good heavy rain out there at this hour. Let's zoom out and show you kind of different areas of San Antonio. So that's lightning, obviously a lot of lightning. Zooming in into I-35, because I have some family out in Schertz, near Cibolo, I-35 and Marion, Garden Ridge, pretty good rain out there. Crossing in from Bexar County to Guadalupe County towards, obviously our northeastern counties. But Garden Ridge, heavy rain, and obviously there's a lot of, heavy lightning associated with this, but between Stone Oak, Hollywood Park, Tibwood Park, it's starting to really taper off, especially the farther north you are into Bulverde. Fair Oaks Ranch, not as bad. You're kind of on the outside back end of the storm. As a matter of fact, the farther north you go into Kerrville, it is quiet and comfort as well. Castle Hills, I mean, it's really heavy. So, I mean, notice, I'll zoom in on some of the other communities. I know Chavano Park's right there. Here's the Rim. This is I-10 and 1604, probably causing some major slowdowns on the road. So I imagine if there's going to be any ponding out on the roads, it's likely going to be between, the Rim, 1604, I-10, and 281. Right now, that's where we're seeing pretty good rainfall rates. As a matter of fact, if I query this, if I can actually sample the data, so you can actually see some of these rainfall rates, right? So now keep in mind, it may say 7 inches in 1 hour, but this storm is not going to stay over one spot in 1 hour. So it's actually moving pretty fast. It's traveling through Bexar County at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. But notice between Helotes, the west side, between 151, Bandera, I-10, we're looking at rainfall rates on average 2 to 4 to 6 inches per hour. These are extremely extremely heavy rainfall rates. So I'll zoom out and I'll back off and I'll show you that that's the rainfall rates. It's really incredible how our radar can actually sample that. So we just got the latest data in, and as I zoom out, we can zoom out, and you can look at this. This is Windcrest, right? This is I-35, Topper Wine Road. This is a pretty good heavy pocket of rain, which may be producing upwards of pea-sized hail just because of reflectivity. Whenever you kind of see that pink color, obviously the storm height's a lot larger. And we'll check hail tracker in just a second. I want to see what kind of height the storm is reaching between Windcrest, Schertz, and 281. So the sample shows only up to 40,000 feet, so good news. But it's starting to grow. So I think if we're going to see a strengthening storm, it may be on the northeast side of San Antonio as it kind of propagates farther towards Schertz, Converse. So heads up for that area. You're seeing some good rain now, but let me erase this right here and then put back the loop. You'll kind of see a different vantage point. This is kind of at an angle view. Let's zoom in. This is I-35. So yeah, this is not producing large hail. However, it may produce small hail in the next hour or so. Just to confirm that, right over I-35, and even exactly where I was looking at, between Windcrest, Garden Ridge, and Schertz, a very small pocket of very small pea-sized hail. It's not large, it's not severe criteria. Anything above quarter-size hail, which is 1 inch in diameter, that's considered severe. That can do damage to property, to roofs, to cars, to houses, and things like that. But again, this hail core, keep in mind, about a half hour ago, around 5:30, it was up to ping pong size hail. And we have a different look. Wow, that's on top of our Kent's 5 vehicle. It's interesting because you actually see some sunshine as the rain falls down, right? So the sun's setting in the west, and the rain's now moving in from the west. So it's kind of peeking through, but notice that's really incredible as a heavy downpour is now moving into our parking lot at this point in time. Of which, where we're at, near 410 and I-10, there's no hail, but there is a small hail core that's very scattered and very disorganized. That's between Garden Ridge, Windcrest, Castle Hills, Leon Valley. So this is hail tracker if you're just joining us. Let me do this, perfect. And let me backtrack it and show you radar again. So, if you're just joining us, we've been kind of cycling through velocity, hail tracker. We haven't seen any strong rotation with these storms, so that's the good news. We've seen a couple of weak spin in Bandera County and northern San Antonio, but it hasn't materialized into anything severe. That's the good news. But the big story has been rain. This is one forecast model. As it moves into downtown and through our area through 6:45, 7 p.m., 7:15, it'll continue to pulse, right? So some of it may be weak for you, depending on where your neighborhood's at. Some of it may be strong right over your house, especially if you're watching from Pearsall, Pleasanton. This forecast model thinks so. Between Floresville and Gonzales, it's going to move very fast. And after 8 p.m., 9 p.m., San Antonio, it's dry. Obviously, there'll probably be some ponding on the roads. So Fiesta, I know Niosa didn't cancel, right? If you were thinking about going into Niosa tonight, they were relying on the rain rock, but now it's really coming down hard in downtown San Antonio. But yeah, so let's rewind it back and let's see where in regarding Niosa and downtown San Antonio. It's right smack dab, right? It's moving right into the Alamo Dome. And keep in mind, it's moving farther south. So Alamo Heights, seeing it. Let's rewind this back to 45 minutes. Yeah, so northern San Antonio is getting hit pretty hard, and it looks like it's weakening a little bit. So you saw in that forecast model, through about 7:30, it'll rain out. It'll move towards China Grove. It'll move towards Elmendorf, towards Stockdale, and towards Wilson County. But as it does so, weaken a little bit and then likely pulse again somewhere in our southeastern counties around 8 o'clock, 8:30. But, for San Antonio, we should be done with the rain in the next hour, if not less than that, because in Bernie, it's already drying out. In Bandera, it's drying out. But notice the storm, it's collapsing a little bit. It's weakening a little bit on approach to downtown San Antonio. However, downtown SA is going to get hit pretty hard. San Antonio and Niosa and Fiesta events anywhere in the downtown region going to get rained out for the next 30 to 45 minutes. Notice how large this thunderstorm. I'll stop the clock. And I'll measure how long and This is a storm that is about 23 miles long, right? And then in the other direction, because I mean, it's over 70 miles long, right? So it just shows you how long and how extensive this line is. It's all ahead of a front. So it'll be cooler behind this front. It'll be windy. It'll be nice in the morning. Tomorrow morning will likely be in the 50s and under clear skies. But in the meantime, it's the rain event that happens right ahead of the front. It pushes up air. It pushes up moisture and a lot of tropical air as well. But shirts, if you're watching from New Braunfels, which is where our radar site's at, you can actually see the spinning radar loop right there. That's where our radar site is positioned at the New Braunfels location. Marion shirts, Garden Ridge, Hollywood Park. Oh man, you know, if I had to zoom in on the heaviest pockets of rain, because notice, I mean, you can kind of see the contrast in colors, right, between Seguin, Hollywood Park, and eastern Medina County towards downtown SA. Yellows, reds, darker reds, but notice if you see the darker shades of maroon, and especially the pink colors, those are representing higher rainfall rates. If I were to sample this, right, this is out near UIW. This is Alamo Heights, the Hildebrand area, right before I-35, before the airport. On 281, this rainfall rate is, you know, let's see, let's do a sample of this, 10 inches per hour. Now again, it's a little misleading just because it's not going to drop that much rain. It'll be moving fast, likely moving through in the next half hour, but it just shows you how heavy this rainfall is in this particular storm. All right, slideshow ready. Let's show some photos, some nice content. Look at that, guys. This is right outside our Kents 5 studio. These are very ominous gray rain clouds that, you know, typically form ahead of storms and frontal boundaries. But notice these are kind of the pre-storm clouds and are very ominous. Again, if you have any photos, videos, feel free to send them in. This was a photo sent in from a viewer, right? Yeah, our digital team confirmed that. You can see very small hail, pea to quarter size. Again, that's right outside our Kents 5 studio. Man, that's a deck in the backyard, and someone really interesting sent this in. I mean, you can kind of see the clouds starting to swirl in that last photo, right? Really interesting. And yeah, I mean, these storms, they produce very small pellets. Sometimes they can be graupel, sometimes they can be sleet, but that was very small hail because it's more solidified, right? And it falls on the deck and it's in the hand. And that's probably about dime-size hail, maybe less than a quarter. But even that, right, that could do damage, and that's pretty interesting in our Kents 5 viewing area. So feel free to send your photos or your videos. Again, a lot of that helps, especially when we're tracking storms as they move through San Antonio. Obviously, we have the radar, but when you send in your photos and your videos, it gives us an idea of how severe it can be in one area versus another area. So again, send in your content to Kents 5 so we can feature it online and on air as well. Okay, so zooming, and this is from earlier, you know, before we go into that slideshow, between the Alamo Dome, Alamo Heights, Balcones Heights, and Castle Hills. So basically along the 281 corridor. Why I zoomed in, you can notice the AT&T Center is right on the southeastern side of the screen, the bottom right. I picked this area because rainfall rates are around 9 to 10 inches per hour. Now, the storm's not going to sit over this spot in 1 hour. However, this can cause problems, especially in ponding and flood-prone areas. You know, if you're in this area and you know your street, any creeks around you typically fill up very fast, especially with heavy rain. I mean, this is the heaviest pocket of rain I'm seeing on radar, with the exception with some on the west side of San Antonio. So we just got an update from our radar, and I don't have my phone. I don't know where it's at. Let's erase this and let's zoom out. Let's see. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Perfect. Okay. So notice, I mean, we talked about this, right? This is reflectivity. We'll look at hail tracker next, and we'll go back to reflectivity because I need to check that every 3 minutes as the radar updates. So we talked about earlier how the hail core really collapsed in on itself, and these storms can pulse, they can weaken, they can rain out, and they can re-strengthen. Now, with the storm overhead and near San Antonio and downtown and even northern portions of the county area, it's on the weakening part. With that being said, there's still a lot of lightning out there. There's a lot of rain, and I mean weakening just because this hail core, when it was in eastern Bandera County, which remember, that was only about a half an hour ago, which was maybe 20 miles to the west. this hail core was golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Now it is pea to maybe nickel size hail. It's not even up to quarter size. Now, don't get it twisted. This can still, cause damage. However, anything typically upwards to quarter size hail or larger, that typically does the most damage, which is why the Weather Service keeps an eye on things. We keep an eye on things. And we just got our latest on the radar. It has pulsed again. So we're no longer looking at nickel size hail. This is mostly pea size hail in our area. This is between, let's zoom in, this is Wolf Stadium, I-10, 410, and pretty much near our Kents 5 studio as well. So, stay off the roads. I'm looking at, different vantage points around San Antonio. I'm looking at Highway 90 at I-35. A little slow. I mean, visibility is down in some of these pockets of rain, right? You can't see anything down the road. When the rain is that heavy, the visibility is down to 0. So if you need to, if you have any friends or family driving on the roads at this point in time, obviously a lot of lightning, you're going to want to be inside. Thunder roars, stay indoors. But on top of that, driving in this is so difficult. Okay, so, this same warning hasn't been in effect until 7 o'clock. It hasn't extended, so that's good news. Typically, we get, 15 minutes prior the warning ending. We'll get an extension like 7:15 or 7:30 or 7:45. We have not got that yet. We may receive something in the next couple minutes from the Weather Service. But right now, it's really coming down hard in central and northern San Antonio. Also, notice that edge of rain was mainly moving into downtown, but notice this little bulge is now starting to extend outside of the warning area. We have additional development on the south side. This is Palo Alto, outside of Buena Vista and Von Ormy. This is between, let's say, I-37 and 410. That's some pretty good rain out there as well. Now, the severe threat was some hail earlier this evening, but now that hail core has really winded down. It's really backed off and weakened. But with that being said, these storms, again, can pulse as they move farther south, so we'll have to watch every frame as they move into. I need to save this real quick. Save current frame. So I'll stop the clock. This hail tracker, the gray colors represent more of a pea-sized hail, and the blue color represents more of the blue and nickel to quarter-size hail. So, yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. Velocity, any type of rotation, doesn't look like it. This was more of a straight line wind event, which, by the way, let's rewind this back. As it moved into northern San Antonio, wind speeds were upwards of, let's see, wind speeds were upwards of 37 to maybe 40 miles an hour. Those are the occasional gusts along the front as it moves farther south. But, yeah. Cool. Yeah, so we have some more content to cycle through, guys. We have some video right below me as well. I think that's Paul driving home. That's some pretty good rain, probably somewhere on the north side of San Antonio. He's probably crossing some different highway right there. All right, let's go to it. All right, a time lapse of some interesting stratocumulus clouds moving through northern San Antonio. Is there a specific location? Yeah, it's okay. Oh my gosh, so really cool. You can actually see the rain forming on that leading edge, and look how widespread the clouds are. Can we loop that back? That was incredible. And then the more of the nimbostratus clouds start to move in, and then there goes the heavy rain. Wow. Oh my gosh. Watch this one more time. This is incredible. So more of the stratocumulus deck. Watch on the behind the house line. You'll see obviously some lightning, but more clouds starting to form. And then the clouds get darker from here, right? It becomes more widespread. Bam. And the rain just comes in right behind. Oh my gosh. Weather is amazing. And we need this rain, guys. I mean, northern San Antonio, most of the area is in drought. But yeah, this is a time lapse from one of our viewers. They sent this in. Storms rolling through the area. In the background, you can see a lot of lightning. But what's really interesting, along the front, it's lifting up humidity, and you can see the clouds forming real time. It is incredible. And here comes the rain in 3. They're called hail, but hail in the west. This is key to mid-sized hail, looks like it's an apartment complex in the San Antonio area. Again, guys, feel free to video to watching Seaside Tail in San Antonio right now, but this is showing us as it kind of replays some good hail and the we have more video right there. I mean, that's right. I mean, you kind of see how it's solidified. See the better on the graph, but that's a large amount forming on the early evening. And again, maybe small, maybe only mix with a small hail. This shows you what kind of precepts these storms are packing the tape for. This is a vehicle, and wow, yeah, so between one car to the other, look at that, we have the panel falling, and it's probably too dense. Obviously, it's not large, maybe the other side, keep in mind, look at the downside tail, and we know a lot of it is going to be falling in the 30 minutes of time. That's going to be doing this in the San Antonio area. All right, back to radar, back to velocity. Mr. Greg, and thank you to our digital team. Again, feel free to send in your photos. We'll be tracking this rain and storm activity all night long as it moves through. It's going to be a fast-moving storm. All right, so that's the extensive look, right? So Del Rio, it's actually sunny. If you're watching from Rock Springs, you're clear. If you're watching from Fredericksburg, you're probably cloudy, maybe a lingering sprinkle. But the main threat for storms at this point in time, as we close out the 6 o'clock hour and move into 7 o'clock, it's in northern San Antonio. Now, I'm going to start on the south side in the southern viewing area first because this is very concerning. Because when storms form this type of structure, when squall lines form this type of structure, we call this somewhat of a bow echo, right? And when they bow out like this, it's representing very strong wind on the back side, and that straight line wind can really do damage to property, vehicles, roofs, houses, fences, a lot. So if we're to see any wind damage right now or in the next half hour, it'll probably be between Pleasanton, Campbellton, Three Rivers, Tilden, mostly to the southern portion of our viewing area. Now, for me to confirm this, our radar can look at velocity. So winds are a little breezy, obviously, in San Antonio. It's more of the lightning and the small hail. In San Antonio, the pea to nickel-sized hail. But out to the south is wind speeds upwards of, let's say, okay, so the squall line's right about there, right? So wind speeds are, it's starting to form that bow-like structure. But on that bow, our wind speeds upwards of 25 to 35 miles an hour, kind of the range right now. But we'll have to watch that because when it, again, when it forms that bow structure, it can definitely do some damage. Quickly back to hail, updated frame only shows 3 very small pockets of hail cores, and they're not tall in height. They're actually collapsing a little bit between downtown San Antonio towards I-10, towards Schertz and Zool and Marion. Along the I-10 corridor are very small pockets of pea-sized hail on the west and central portions of San Antonio. Let's show you futurecast because we've been looking a lot at radar. Let's erase, and this is one of our forecast models. I need to see if that's initializing well. But let me turn back to radar and see what the picture is exactly like, and you'll see right here. There we go. So that's radar. So there's kind of a bow-like structure. There's a squall line out to the south between Pleasanton, Tilden, and Cotulla. And then in addition to that is a longer line of storms between San Antonio, I-35, and Austin, and even towards Bryan and College Station. Now you take that, is initializing well, it's doing a decent job. However, it's not picking up on the squall line out near Pleasanton and near I-37. So let's actually rewind it and do a different model. So that's the HRRR forecast model. Do the IBM forecast model. A little bit better, at least on the placement, and there's more activity, especially near Pleasanton and moving into Atascosa County. So that's a good initialization of models. Let's see what NAM's for. A little aggressive because I don't think it's, well, it's stretching from Bryan to Laredo, basically, at this time. So I would say probably that's a good idea right there. So between Maverick County, Webb County, Atascosa County, that's a pretty long line that's breaking up here and there, especially near Cotulla and Carrizo Springs and southern San Antonio. But the high-resolution model. It's a little more aggressive because most of the rain is in central and northern San Antonio, and this has it in the south. Let's go back to the IBM. A little bit better. I'll initialize with that and look good. All right, cool. All right, before we get to that, guys, we have some more content for you. A lot more video and photos that have been sent in to our Kent's newsroom. We have some more right here. So these are cool clouds, right? So a lot of times before fronts move in and as storms roll in, and even on the drier side, where we were, about an hour ago, you can kind of get these wave-like motions to the atmosphere because, you have warm air rising and then you have cold air sinking in the atmosphere. And that kind of gives you that wave-like structure to some of these storms before they move in and even afterwards they move in. And this is just an amazing shot. You can see that blue color. Wow. I mean, what a shot. I mean, this is probably on the north side from earlier. And, this is really cool. So typically along fronts you can get scud clouds and you can also get different like rolling clouds along it and sometimes appear as very weak tornadoes, but they do not form into tornadoes. They just look like they're forming into them. More hail being formed and sent in. This is larger than quarter size. Oh my goodness, look at that. That's $half size hail. That's probably in the northwest side of San Antonio before the hail core collapsed. That is incredible. That's more viewer sent photos into our Kent's 5 newsroom. Look at this neighborhood shot. You can see that blue color and more of the ominous looking clouds. Really incredible. This is right before the rain moved into this particular neighborhood. But wow, send in your photos, send in your videos, please. Again, it helps with tracking these storms more exactly because, we have radar and it's an estimate and we're estimating P to nickel size hail. But as you saw on the northwest side of San Antonio, as that hail core started to weaken, it still dropped upwards of $half size hail. Not to say that's everywhere, but some of your communities, our communities out to the north, can certainly see some of this activity in our north side, and especially north of San Antonio. All right, so, back to what we were talking about. We were talking about the forecast. So this is probably the best model that's initializing at this point in time. So through 7:30, it moves, it weakens a little bit, and then it pulses. That's going to be the trend all night long. So if you're not watching from San Antonio, if you're watching from George West, if you're watching from Beeville, watching from Gonzales or Hallettsville, more rain's on the way and it's moving toward you. It's going to be a lot of strong severe storms pulsing on and off. Thankfully, that's the IBM model. Right now, while it is producing a lot of lightning, sorry, I had to get a swig of water. It is producing some good rain out there on the north and northeast side of San Antonio. It is pulsing, and notice on the north and central side of San Antonio, it's kind of missing the southwest side of San Antonio towards Somerset, right? It's kind of missing that side of San Antonio, but weakening a little bit on the north side as it moves farther south, right? So it's kind of what we mean by pulsing. It's going to strengthen a little bit. They're going to weaken, and right now it's kind of weakening stages as it moves into southern Bexar County and southeastern Bexar County. That being said, still some pretty good heavy rain and lightning. Sorry, I need some water. Lightning and heavy rain in eastern Bexar County. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Greg. Got some more water. Thank you, sir. Awesome. Appreciate it. All right. We're back on track. Yeah, perfect. Just bring the entire thing through. All right. So, hail core is diminishing. That's the good news. There is still some link. I mean, look at this. This is incredible. So, I'll show you how low the hail core was in Bandera. And then as it moved into northern San Antonio, it really just collapsed. That is the trend with these some of that times because as they move farther south, they'll rain out and then they'll re-amplify as they move farther south into more of a conducive environment. Keep in mind, towards the coast, towards the southeast, there's more moisture in the air, there's more humidity, there's more fuel for storms. Temperatures are cooling off, but keep in mind today highs are in the 80s, and especially out west of San Antonio. So we have a lot of instability in the air. That hail core has really diminished in northern San Antonio. With that said, still some pretty good content, videos, photos sent into our Kent's 5 newsroom. Upwards of $half size hail is especially on the northwest side between Cross Mountain, Scenic Oaks, and Helotes. That was from about 6:30 this evening. Stopping the clock, where's the hail? There is a very small one producing pea-sized hail out near Berg Hilltop and China Grove. Otherwise, the hail threat has really diminished in San Antonio, and that's what we like to see. Is there any threat for rotation? That's what we got to watch out for, especially with these lines of storms moving through. Just kind of that leading edge right there moving through southern San Antonio, 45 minutes. Along that edge can be typically wind gusts 40 to 60 miles an hour. Now, from what we've seen on the sample size on the radar, we've only seen wind speeds upwards of 35 to 40 miles an hour, which doesn't exactly line up with severe criteria, which is why the Weather Service hasn't really extended the warning all that much. It's still included in San Antonio. But notice where that leading edge, that yellow line is, right? From Wilson County, Guadalupe County, St. Hedwig to Floresville. It's there, but the Weather Service is kind of seeing what we're seeing, right? It's rain, it's a lot of lightning, but the hail core, it's diminishing, and the winds aren't exactly up to severe criteria. That's, maxing out at 55, 65 mile an hour gusts. So at the point in time, St. Hedwig, central and eastern San Antonio, just some good heavy rain, likely some pea-sized hail on the south side. However, most hail core has really collapsed and diminished on approach towards Wilson County, Floresville, St. Hedwig, and Guadalupe County as well. Zooming out, this is line. If you're watching from Laredo, if you have friends in Laredo, you have some storms heading their way. That's from Encinal to Laredo to the border and the Rio Grande, Miranda City, seeing some light rain at best. But notice, this has that southeast movement. In the meantime, notice out to the north, there is a flood aerial advisory. Sorry, my cursor is not cooperating with me. Flood aerial advisory until 8:45. So the rain that dropped in Austin, Johnson City, Marble Falls, Georgetown has likely led to a few high water spots along frontage roads, highways, secondary surface roads in general, right? So if you're driving, or if you have friends or family in this area towards Austin, Georgetown, Marble, going up by 35, you're likely going to encounter in the next couple hours, if not through about 10 p.m., likely a few spots of high water and ponding on the north side of our viewing area. But, going back to San Antonio, the severe warning is in effect until 8 o'clock. This includes Shirts. With that being said, Shirts is kind of on the back side of the storm. The leading edge is moving towards Wilson County, which, by the way, just updated. And keep in mind, while this is in effect until 8 o'clock, it has not extended its distance. Typically, when a storm is strong, it's signs of strengthening. The Weather Service will extend it, for example, to Nixon, but they haven't done that just yet. But still in effect until for the next 50 minutes, and we'll see and watch it. But, we'll likely see these storms pulse in strength, but most of it should be done by about 7:30, 8 o'clock here in San Antonio. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so severe warning, and mostly from downtown to St. Hedwig to Elmendorf until 8 o'clock. That's where the rain's going to be the heaviest and strongest and most widespread. And I say that because, if I stop the clock, northwest side, maybe a lingering rumble of thunder, maybe a light shower on the backside of the system. But most of Helotes, Cross Mountain, Scenic Oaks, Medina Lake, Leon Valley, you're pretty dry at this point. Maybe a lingering shower at this point in time. But yeah, so okay. So again, there's the hail core diminishing. Heads up for Livonia. Obviously, you're not included in the warning ever. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended a little longer because it is in Wilson County. The storm and the warning has extended into western Wilson County and even to portions of Guadalupe County. But for Livonia, this hail core kind of has that easterly track right down Highway 87. So, rain's moving in your direction. If it hasn't already moved to Livonia, I'll zoom in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in Livonia right now. Let's zoom in. Yeah, so Livonia right there. Heavy rain into Livonia. And the hail core, that's very small in size, is on the west side of Livonia along Highway 87. That's moving towards your direction right now. So heads up for anyone watching from Livonia. We have some good rain moving area, northern Wilson County, and a little bit of small hail from St. Hedwig, China Grove, Elmendorf into Lavernia and western Wilson County. Sutherland Springs, Alm, Stockdale, all heading in your direction. You're not included in this warning. However, likely will be extended as these storms track farther east towards Nixon, in Floresville and Highway 90 takes 97 and Highway 81 as well. Poth, Falls City. And this is interesting because look at this. This is crazy. So you have one cell moving in from the north, and then you have an additional squall line out west. So you have two different lines of storms that are almost colliding right near Floresville. And I would say this is a big heads up for Floresville, south and southeastern Wilson County, between Poth, Falls City, Stockdale, Nixon, Karn City. Heads up for y'all because if anything, obviously heavy rain, but with this particular line of storms, that could do some pretty good heavy straight line wind damage for Karn City, Nixon, Floresville. And with that, these two lines starting to kind of converge and combine into one large cell, large line, that could mean bad news for Karn City, Cuero, Yoakum, Nixon, Highway 80, Floresville, Highway 181 from Falls City to Floresville. Heads up for y'all because heavy rain's heading your way, and two storms are combining into one right over Floresville. Lavernia, you're getting rain right now, but where the storms are starting to collide is right over central Wilson County and moving towards Floresville and Karn City. Let's rewind it back. So the severe warning until 8 o'clock for eastern Bexar County. We're kind of split, right? So the west side of San Antonio, cloudy and dry and probably breezy. We'll take a look at winds in just a bit. In addition to that, heavy rain on the east side between Elmendorf, China Grove, I-37. More of a light rain on I-37 right now. But it's Friday night. If you're thinking about traveling towards Corpus Christi or Three Rivers or George West or Beeville, probably in the next hour, we'll maintain at least pretty good storm activity because this line continues bow-like structure. Anytime we have bowing in a thunderstorm line or a complex, that can sometimes lead to straight line wind damage. So, for example, we checked on this probably about 15 minutes ago, but we'll check it again. Man, it's not showing. Let me see. It's right there, right? So that's the loop. Winds don't look to be all that impressive despite the bowing to it. So this is velocity. This shows us, obviously the winds and direction if anything's rotating. Let's see. Let's sample some of this. Wind speeds are not all that impressive. There may be gusting upwards of 18 to 20 miles an hour, but on the backside near Fallowton, McMullen County, speeds are upwards of 40 to 45 miles an hour. So that's showing you a pretty good storm motion and a storm track. Let's take this off right there. Perfect. All right, let's backtrack. So we looked at the forecast model. This is the IBM. This one is initializing probably the best, which I'll have to readjust real quick because it's doing a good job with the storms out west. For example, this is the IBM model. I know it says the HER. Well, now this is the HER. This is the IBM right here. Not doing the best at the moment. The HER is doing a little bit better on that front. And then the NAM probably doing the best at this point in time. All right, we're going to switch to the NAM. NAM's doing a little bit better on initializing on these storms. So, for example, let me switch the text and show you kind of what to expect for the next couple hours, especially if you're traveling anywhere in the region. All right, let that load. We'll show you what we have. So, this is the NAM model. We'll stop the clock right now at 7:15. These storms will eventually move farther south, down I-10, down I-37, move towards Hallettsville, which, by the way, between Columbus, Hallettsville, likely Victoria and George West and Cotulla, a line of strong rain, a line of strong storms, and potentially severe. That'll extend, 100 miles from Bryan and College Station, I-45, all the way down to the Rio Grande. That's at 8 o'clock tonight, moving towards the coast. It'll move towards Beeville and George West around the 9 o'clock hour, and then start to move towards Corpus Christi around the 10 o'clock hour. So that's the latest in the forecast guidance. There may be a lingering shower around the 10 o'clock hour here in San Antonio and mainly across the hill country. That's, certainly not out of the question, but typically, as these fronts move through, They typically dry out our atmosphere, they destabilize things, and they stabilize things on the back side. So typically, after I would say 8 p.m., 9 p.m. in San Antonio specifically, we'll be on the nicer side of things. Maybe a lingering shower through 10 p.m., but otherwise, we're not expecting much after this initial line moves through. And by the way, tomorrow morning, if you're waking up, it'll be sunny. It'll be clear. This is tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. It'll be breezy with overnight lows dropping into the 50s. So it's going to be a lot cooler tomorrow morning and with a lot of sunshine. So we'll see what happens in the meantime, but we can see and definitely watch these storms as they pulse, as they move southeast. Camera shots. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, wow, that's impressive. So, these are more, the stratocumulus, more of the nimbostratus clouds out there, kind of the ominous cloud-looking structures, as rain moves in. It's really impressive. And it's amazing how people can get this shot. So feel free to send in your photos, guys. These are awesome photos. It's really cool with the contrast and color, right? You have the trees are green, you have the blue in the background behind the rain shaft, and then you have the cloud deck and these thunderstorms reaching heights of 30 to 40,000 feet behind the initial cloud deck. A couple more photos. Wow, that highlights the blue color even more. That's really impressive. But yeah, that's showing the cloud deck. Not necessarily how ominous the cloud structure is, but the cloud color showing the gray and ominous color to it. But wow, thunderstorms were moving through San Antonio from earlier this evening, impacting NIOSA plans, impacting Fiesta plans, unfortunately, right? But yeah, these are awesome photos sent in. This is incredible. We showed this probably about 20 minutes ago, but this is showing you larger than quarter-size hail. Remember, a severe storm is classified by wind speeds over 59 miles an hour in quarter-size hail. This is larger than quarter-size. This is like half-dollar size hail, if not larger than that. That is incredible. I mean, they fit over 7 hail cores in their hand, hailstones in their hand, which is just showing you the vastness of this storm and just how incredible and how dangerous it can be. Now, behind that, well, we have another picture sent in to our KENS 5 newsroom. This is more of that quarter to maybe dime-size hail, fitting more into the palm of your hand. But with that being said, that could still do damage. This was likely in northern and northwestern San Antonio. Send in your photos. That'd be fantastic. That would really help us out here at KENS 5 as we continue to track these storms in the next hour. Now, again, guys, the good news, if you have any plans to go out around the 8 o'clock hour, if it's going to be a late Friday night, you should be fine, unless you're traveling south or southeast or even east towards Houston. That's where the storms are moving into as we speak. All right, meantime, let's take a look. So we turned off lightning, and notice, let's actually see if the warning has been expired. I think it has. No, it's still in effect. We still have a severe warning until 8 o'clock, so for the next 40 minutes or so. This includes western Wilson County, Elmendorf, St. Hedwig. Likely will be extended to Stockdale. So heads up for Stockdale, Nixon, Wilson County, Falls City. This is all moving in your direction as we speak on this Friday night at 7:20, 7:30. But yeah, a lot of lightning associated with this, guys. And something we've been watching, last half hour, let's stop the clock around 7:50. We had this space, right? This was about 30 minutes ago, space of nothing, right, between Somerset, Southern Bexar County, and Northern Atascosa County. Watch as I put this into motion. It starts to combine into one main line right over Floresville. That's incredible. So, if anything, this storm is going to be a little more intense for Kennedy, for Beeville, for Cuero, for Gonzales. Heads up for Floresville and southeastern Wilson County. That's Nixon, heads up for Nixon. Gillette, Stockdale, already seeing some pretty good rain at this point in time. Paw, Falls City, Karn City, Runge, Yorktown, and Cuero. This line is starting to combine into one main line, right? So we had two different cells, two different lines separated, right, between our southwestern counties and the one moving directly over I-35. But now they're starting to combine into one right over Floresville. And this is probably, not good for Karn City, at least for heavy rain, lightning, wind damage, potential wind damage, and even some small hail. Now we checked hail tracker over Lavernia. While the hail core has diminished quite a bit, there is still some hail out there, especially over northern Wilson County. Lavernia mainly, right, north of Highway 181 and St. Hedwig. That's where it's really coming down. And even a small pocket of hail outside of Falls City and east of Pleasanton. But now, remember, pea-sized hail. Now, we showed video and footage earlier and photos that some hail can be obviously upwards to $half to baseball-size hail, and some can be very small to penny-size hail. From what we see on radar and what hail tracker is looking at right now, this is mostly just pea to maybe nickel-size hail. So it's very small in your palm, but that can still do damage. Obviously, that can do damage to cars, windows, windshields, property, roofs, you name it. But this is mostly over Atascosa and mostly over Wilson County at this point in time. But now the rain's moving out. There are some lingering showers and lingering thunder in central downtown San Antonio and on the southeast side of Bexar County, but now it's really starting to move out at this point in time. I'm going to keep radar looping for the next half hour. Going to take a break, and at the last frame right there, we did see an extension of this severe warning until 8:15 for Nixon. That's for Gonzales and Wilson County. Just outside of Karnes City, we have an additional severe storm warning. That's until 8:15, moving away from San Antonio, but moving towards Lavernia, Floresville, Nixon, and towards Highway 80 and towards Cuero and Yoakum, probably about 8:45 in our southeastern counties. But again, the worst is over for most of San Antonio, but if you're watching from St. Hedwig, the southeast side, Elmendorf, you're kind of on that back side, but still a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, and the closest hail core is right over Lavernia, but at this point in time, it's only producing pea-sized hail, and that's outside of San Antonio's reach. But notice a lot of lightning. We'll continue to track this. But again, the latest to our newsroom, a severe warning has been extended, not for San Antonio, but for Gonzales and Wilson County, impacting about 16 to 15,000 people between Floresville, Lavernia, Nixon, and even some smaller communities like Gillette, Stockdale, Falls City, inside this area between Poth and Smiley, Stockdale and Highway 119 as well. So we're going to continue to watch this particular line of storms as it pushes east and southeast. But yeah, so main takeaways, the threat is over for San Antonio. It was mainly just an hour long, right? We did see some pretty good hail, especially in north and northwestern San Antonio. Our viewers sent in, pictures and videos of $half size hail. A lot of the downtown and east side San Antonio saw upwards of pea to maybe nickel and quarter size hail in some of these localized pockets. But yes, big takeaway, guys, as we just wrap up. We'll keep the live stream on for a while for radar. But in the meantime, last thing we'll mention is this last severe storm warning. It is technically for San Antonio, southeastern Bexar County, but it's mostly in directing towards Nixon and Poth and Floresville and Highway 80 and Highway 87 as well. So it's moving southeast. It's combining with that secondary line, almost a bow echo towards the south. It's now entering Live Oak County and B County. Between Brenham, Columbus, Cuero, Victoria, Beeville, those lines and those cities are next to experience this line of storms as it moves into this region, into the coastal bend. Probably about 8 to 8:30 later on tonight. All right, guys, we'll keep it on there for one more. We'll keep it on here for a little while longer. Sorry, I've been talking for like 2 hours. Tracking the weather is fun. Yeah, so it's now moving to Nixon. So that warning that just was issued is included in Nixon for Nixon and Gonzales, Wilson, and those county areas. That includes Lavernia, southeast San Antonio, but most of it is done with in San Antonio and Bexar County. The threat now shifts southeast between, let's say Corpus Christi, Victoria, and Houston as this line of storms continues to push in that direction later on tonight. So one last time, heads up for Nixon and Wilson counties and Lavernia, Floresville, Falls City. The rain is now moving in your direction as two different lines combine into one at this point in time. We'll leave the radar up for a while longer, but I'll be back in just a little bit, guys. Stay safe and drive safe out there this evening.